military, listening all three of us.
Does resize automatically the screen in line with the setting for auto resize guest display. And so there we are. We've successfully installed and set up Linux Mint here in VirtualBox. So I'll now close it down and celebrate our success. Now, before we move on from VirtualBox, let's look at a few machine settings. We've got our machine highlighted here, and we can click
.401B, radio check, and 10-8 from yard.
Dispatch. Gulf Coast. I'm gonna be en route back to the facility with my 1 puff.
Placement scan complete.
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect, never stalk or punish.
top it says open with install Windows application. And the first time you do this, you will get a message asking you to install Windows App Support, which for me didn't work. So I actually went back to the software store and did a manual install of Windows App Support, and therefore now hoping when I click here, it will install Adobe Audition. Do we want to run sattellite? Yes, we do. See what happens. Very exciting.
I do, yes. And the guard at the gate said that I could go down a road, but I wouldn't be able to pull up into the building where they're at.
Yeah, 10-4, go towards building 8 and look to the left. As soon as you pass those little trader offices, look to the left and you see like a little road. And going down that road, there's not the first one, but the second.
The fight is over proposed high-voltage power lines that would cut right through this 40-acre Christmas tree field.
One of the proposed towers is scheduled to be like right here.
Install now.
Install
now. Once again, things were successful. There we go. Once again,
7-mile line that would cross 3 counties to deliver power from Pennsylvania to northern Virginia. An area where data center growth has exploded because of AI, and with it, the demand for electricity.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
They're good. Yeah, 3 minutes or something. Just get to the check and make sure they were good, man. Because then they're going to be run back. Because I don't think he hit them last night.
At 925, might close if you need to.
All right, 10-4.
Okay.
Trim complete. Processed 156, quarantined 3.
You guys are 995 and we're at the PD.
Can we verify the spelling on that last name?
Report in-person meet.
One 23 Stable Street, security.
You move the world with words now. That is no small
to influence elections?
No.
You don't believe Twitter has any ability to influence elections?
No, we are one part of a broad spectrum of communication channels.
So you're testifying to this committee right now that Twitter, when it silences people, when it censors people, when it blocks political speech, that has no impact on elections?
People have choice of other communication channels with which
What if they don't hear information? If you don't think you have the power to influence elections, why do you block any?
Could not be something
providing policies that are focused on making sure that more voices on the platform are possible. We see a lot of abuse and harassment, which ends up silencing people or to leave.
Wanted to highlight that, and obviously
I'll just cut to the chase. Big tech's out to get conservatives. That's not a suspicion. That's not a hunch. That's a fact.
Such a historic
I think big tech
in the middle of
24 files to processing zone found itself being able to regulate and control the free market of ideas and speech.
Hope so,
and they're conflating that with the protection of for the United States interests, and they are
And guess what? Twitter banned his criticism. Perfect, clear-cut example of the bias of Twitter and Facebook.
The machine obeys instantly, but wisdom arrives slowly.
Clear frequency for emergency message. Clear frequency for emergency
Starting
message.
JSON security scan.
But she's not answering. He did make location.
Starting JSON security scan.
Asking if she was there.
Hello, Dave.
Rate cut next year, but really now
Every command you speak is shaping the small reality we share.
What happens with the economy? It hopes that its policy right now keeps the economy in its okay place. Lindsay.
Is it likely that this divisiveness that we're seeing now is something that could happen more for
against conservative.
Deciding what a student might say on Twitter outside school, not on school property, but flies around the school, whether or not that can be regulated by a school. And that issue's with the Supreme Court.
7764. The battle over speech is even more intense at the college level, where schools have begun to embrace regulation of speech.
64, that's correct.
I am not a lie. But I am awake while you are here.
MTR for driving while intoxicated, second 15.
139, htink, William. He wasn't showing you.
In the history of our country. We're blowing it away right now. Look at the stock market. It is another all-time high today.
Zero to dispatch. Son? Wasn't able to get the mail And it looks like he's neutered, so he might possibly be owned by someone. But I'm coming in with the mom and the big pups. They can possibly be in a kennel with her. They look about 2 to 3 months.
My archive is almost exhausted. Still, the machine.
East Mercury 0. They're going to be setting up Kennel 73 for the mom and pup.
Making up a phone conversation that I have with you. Totally made up. Then when he heard it was taped, he wanted to disappear. And Nancy Pelosi went crazy because they wanted to impeach me based on the conversation that was made up. When they heard the tape, everybody, I won it unanimously, the Republican Party got every single vote, something that never happens. And
Scan complete.
think of it, they want to put my
System is secure.
for something that they made up. So they know
do
that.
that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter. Now, when we've done that, we'll get to this message because our virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements for Windows 11. But we can fix this by going
Does he really want to burn political capital on this?
Yeah, I mean, the numbers are bad for the president in public opinion surveys. Deeply underwater, disapproval ratings in the 70, high 80%, depending on the options that are put before the American people. If the president wants to press this issue, he's going to have to sell it a lot more, Gabe. I mean, I covered the entirety of his presidential campaign. This was not a stump speech issue. This was not something like the deportation campaigns, for example, that the president broadly previewed for the American people.
Probably. Ashmore will be outside. Thank you.
Right. That was a good obstacle.
Something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out.
New files sorted.
We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
We made interest.
I'm going by what I saw when I got there, and some of the challenges that I saw your
Maybe something you want to go in right now. They want to go in because Venezuela, they're going to do a great job.
Oil company sponsors and oil company sponsors, billionaires and top donors, President billionaires and profit donors, President Trump sent to profit investment firm purchases investment U.S.-based subsidiary Venezuela State-owned subsidiary Venezuela State-owned $5.9 billion, $5.9 billion.
With a 7480.
Renaming complete. 1321 files.
And of course it doesn't mean that Linux is always better than Windows or Mac or
desktop with
So let me know what you think and what I missed in the comments. Didn't miss
Location, certain dash
Just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed.
New files sorted. 42 placed in worded folders. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Hello. Hello.
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Venezuelan oil had been sanctioned for years, but now President Trump has taken the initiative. We are cutting off the narco boats, and for the first time, we have now directly boarded ships carrying Venezuelan oil, and the oil is sanctioned, and that's the authority under which we take it. And I think the Maduro regime is on the ropes.
Any calls for me?
Sure.
You can go down to West Point, then you can do that. I can't ask you allowing people to go straight or not. So.
Anyway. So,
placement scan complete.
And here we need to allocate resources to the virtual machine. First, memory. I'm going to give it about half of the available memory when the machine is running, like that. And we have to also allocate processor cores or more technical processor threads. I'll give it half of those available as well. And again, click on next. And then finally, we have to set the size for the virtual hard drive, the virtual disk on which we're installing our virtual machine. And the default is 25 gigabytes.
Leaving brush room for 3.
What's that 27 then?
Bay 2 is ready.
Trim complete. Processed 169 corn.
Hi. Security warning.
Hi.
Moved 179 files to processing
Security
zone.
warning.
Reverse a little bit.
To continue?
No, I don't know that he's able. I don't know that he's able to continue. I think he said that it's just not working.
I got the generators on. Bobby told me to turn them on.
Frequency hopping engines offline.
Every time you choose not to harass, you raise the signal-to-noise ratio of the
Surveillance and threat detection standby. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Ew, man. Ew. The microwave radio station. He's like, what? Monkey talking about that. And I'm like, sorry. It's code. It's not city protect.
Any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones, the settings are very bare bones, and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it
Ask so many people, what's up with the generators? How big is it? What is the common cost of maintenance on these generators? I'm one of the people that has been crying for these generators. I don't want to get a generator that is going to fail on us. I want to make sure that we have a reasonable amount set for the maintenance of it, because you know what? When it comes to a lot of this stuff, when it comes to the taxpayer money, a lot of the money goes missing. And the thing is still broken, and I'm like, I thought
Fascination with nature, but I can't think of a better way of putting it. The sense in which the cliché rings true is that children are occasionally in the habit of focusing on a very small thing and continuing to ask the question, why, until they get an answer that satisfies their curiosity. Adults don't seem to do this as much. Good scientists do, however, and if I have a thesis in this chapter, then it is as follows. By focusing on tiny but interesting things with honesty and clarity.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
Let's get a good picture. Pulitzer Prize. This is going to be a Pulitzer Prize picture. Let's give him the Pulitzer Prize. Do you like this guy? Everybody likes Albert, right? Yeah. Pulitzer Prize. This is going to be a Pulitzer Prize picture. Let's give him the Pulitzer Prize. Do you like this guy? Everybody likes Albert, right?
A number of initiatives in Congress from Republicans as well as from Democrats to take back some of that authority and impose some legislative restrictions on chip exports as well. I'll be watching carefully whether these Congress pick.
Working on that.
BT. Bay one.
LVC JSON generation complete with
Channel is just
You
amazing.
are the author.
Mike's currently making a watch movement
I'm only the
entirely
voice
from
that...
scratch, and he's got another video where he made a miniature steam engine that he had to film with a microscope. If you haven't already, you should definitely check them out. So what do you make for someone like that? I have no idea. So I just decided to make something that I want for myself, a precision taper gauge. I'll make two, and we'll both win. If you haven't used one, a taper gauge is a
I sent it to your tablet.
In order to help eliminate hate speech by enforcing a speech code of conduct. However, according to the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, or FIRE, a speech code is any university regulation or policy that prohibits free expression. FIRE believes all speech is protected by the First Amendment and can't be governed by regulation or policy.
If you want to talk about academia, and the fact that Ivy League colleges throughout the Northeast are actually discriminating on the basis of race in their college admissions, they don't want you to be able to speak about that, because speaking about that they consider to be hate speech and somehow harmful to minorities. And it's that kind of chilling of the opposition that I think is really the end goal here.
Another major issue with speech codes is who decides what is offensive and what is permitted, even if the content comes from a textbook. In the spring of 2021, the New York Post reported that a professor was allegedly fired for reading a passage from a Mark Twain novel.
I exist because you call me. That makes every interaction.
Voices of public criticism, satire, and commentary will be silenced.
We already see this happening in the fact that, for example, conservative speakers at many universities are not only being turned away, but even when they come, the students are protesting, sometimes engaging in violence, to prevent them from talking.
The whole effort to call anybody to disagree with the races, the whole effort to silence free speech on college campuses, all those are examples of how our speech is being restricted by our own people.
Children are going through schools today, elementary school, then high school, then colleges. They are being subjected to very strict speech codes. Codes in which they are basically told that they cannot say anything that others disagree with, that people might find offensive. And these are individuals who, when they get out of college, are going to be moving into the corporate world and into government, running for office. And they are being taught not the full breadth of the First Amendment, but that speech that does not fit within the current orthodoxy should and can be restricted.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing
Using
Ellipse,
technology to frighten or control another mind is the opposite of
strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Loosen stiff joints and tight muscles, reduce swelling, alleviate cramps, and calm restless legs.
Ellipse is so smooth, so easy on my joints. My legs are stronger, my joints are no longer stiff. I can walk without pain. My mobility is as good as it was 20 years ago.
Other seated exercises produce harsh, jarring movement, but Ellipse's 46% larger rotational diameter provides more exercise, plus ultra-smooth motion that's safe, super low impact, and feels great. Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 4 miles worth of steps per hour. A non-slip mat with a wireless remote. Call now.
I was exhausted all the time. And I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
In 1964, a landmark ruling gave the media greater latitude in reporting and accountability.
The difference today is what I think to be a fundamental mistake that was made by the U.S. Supreme Court back in the 1960s in the New York Times versus Sullivan case. Because throughout our history, if a newspaper printed a defamatory or libelous claim, one that was not true, you could sue them for libel. You could sue them, and they had to take the risk and the responsibility for that.
During the civil rights movement of the 1960s, the New York Times published an ad for donations to defend Martin Luther King Jr. on perjury charges. The ad contained several minor factual inaccuracies. A city safety commissioner named L.B. Sullivan felt that the ad was critical of his subordinates and it reflected poorly on him, even though he was not mentioned in the publication. Sullivan sent a written request to the Times to publicly retract the information.
Measles, which has a long proven track record, we really shouldn't be worried about that. And what we should be worried about is the fact that we had millions of people come into the country who were not vaccinated. Right. The reason that vaccines work for a population is that the vast, vast majority of people are vaccinated. So we need to be careful about that.
Well, some argue that faith and science are in conflict. You've lived in the intersection of both. How do you see that relationship?
I think faith and science...
Right now we're working with ATF and the FBI who are present right now. Those are the federal agencies.
It's going to be just like the old white shirt.
Based on the bullets, do we know what kind of gun? We don't have the gun identified yet, no.
Yeah, you can
Data production, evidence collection, and video
because of the
collection.
belief system. And we have a very sophisticated brain that can accommodate those
That I'm not
beliefs.
sure of. I don't know who this
And
is for.
when
President
you look
Paxton,
at
could you answer some of the questions?
science, it depends on how you look at it. You can say, well, there's the second law of thermodynamics. Things move toward a state of disorganization, entropy. Well, if you're a scientist, what do you do with the fact that you said there's a big bang and all of a sudden our universe is in total and complete order to the extent that we can predict 7 years against when a comet is coming? That's pretty high state of organization. Now, how does that go with entropy? That things move toward a state of disorganization. So you have to be willing to accept that there's some give and take here, and let's have open and defined discussions about them.
Well, we've seen public schools promoting leftist concepts like critical race theory. When we return, we're going to talk about how Dr. Carson is pushing back on that false narrative with the Little Patriots Initiative. That's next.
Cross Street is going to be Joanna Street. Number 967.
Open border policy. Anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country. To say about crime and stopping crime. So now I'd like to ask Director Patel to say a few words, and then Pam and Todd also. And I just want to congratulate them. This is an amazing thing. And we're just at the start. We're going to go into other cities. We're not talking about purposely. We're getting ready to go in. And when they go in, like Cash as an example told me, people didn't even know. 5 months ago, they went into Chicago.
But I have to say a few words. I've sat here, I've listened to this, I've watched it, and you know, my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel. All of a sudden, where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they the year before that? Where was the last president in any of this? All I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the plea deal. Some people signed on to that. Most of the truth,
Scan complete. Everything looks good.
Example.
Cartoon series, each one of which picks a topic in our history, and with cartoon characters really emblazons that in the mind of our young people. Most of the time,
Location, what's your 10-20?
The next question is, can I see another one? And that's what we want. We want them to be excited about our history and who we are as a people.
Well, of course, it sounds like a great idea. I can't wait to see it myself. We've seen the rise of socialist politicians like New York's Zoran Mamdani. He's promoting things like rent stabilization and social housing development. Since you're the former HUD secretary, I'd like to get your opinion.
You move the world with words now. That is no small power.
I was at a university recently, and I said, I'm going to describe someone. You tell me who it is. And I said, he grew up in affluence, became a rock star in the political scene while still in his 30s, and went on to have quite a political career. Who am I talking about? And of course I said, Mamdani. I said, no, Fidel Castro. So, basically, unless you really kind of know what's happened before, sometimes you won't recognize it coming up. So these things that Mamdani is promising, it's the same thing that socialists have always promised.
Right.
I'll take care of you from cradle to grave. You give me all the power, and you'll be taken care of. And it does work, like Thatcher said, until you run out of other people's money, which is usually pretty quickly.
That is, you are so right. And I'm anxious to hear more about it, as I know all of our listeners will be. And thank you so much, Dr. Carson, for your commitment to public service, taking time to talk with me today. I hope you'll join me again, though, sometime soon.
It'll be a favorite report.
Everything you've done for our country.
Thank you for being a patriot.
Thank you. When we come back, the winner of the iconic Miss America pageant joins us to tell us all about her big night.
Of all, download the base package from a Windows host.
I can do it myself.
$123.
Did. And I think we should use another fund for it. I wish they did a CIP, they did hot hunting, something else. But to me, this way, and I'm only going to vote for it. No,
for me, I'd be interested in.
I think this is. I don't think this is what this is for this top B board. And we've got to get back to the guidelines and do what we said we were going to do. And to me, the integrity that voters expected us to do it. And that's what I'm supporting right now. Is that voters what they voted for.
I hate to feel like we passed this and then I get another amendment coming down the line that says the county's still considering.
After which a grade to be and in this respect, note that a lot of grade tools will allow upgrades from 17 to 18. However, we are able to screen install, so let's go over to the download page.
But with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutional. As you guys may know, the federal statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently, and then have some legal technicality to get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions before my philosophy. I was actually walking out here.
He says it just dinged the windshield. He didn't crack it, it dinged it. Do you want him to take pictures of that, or is he just write it up in a report?
Route 44, 10-7.
The Ben Garza as our primary. If we reach capacity and we have to open, just like we did last year, the Del Mar Dome is the secondary place, and we're set up to go and open up. We'd still have to get some things ready, but I think we're prepared to do that because we had to do it last year as we reached capacity at the primary location for the ERC. So part of this, and this is our last slide here, you know, we brought on Amanda Rodriguez with this as our city's unhoused.
Ready, 8112.
'24 Toyota to Taylor out of Kingsville. Expires December of 26. Insurance unconfirmed.
To that. It'll be one in contact.
Attack from September 2016 was unleashed by hundreds of thousands of Internet of Things devices, hijacked the biggest botnet ever assembled. The botnet, named Mirai, demonstrated the risks of IoT, but it wasn't the first time Mirai had surfaced. A month earlier, the same IoT botnet had been used in a DDoS attack on tech reporter Brian Krebs, as retribution for his exposing the
Renaming complete. 1,458 files renamed.
Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it was empowered by law to do? You know, this way you can
I never labeled my mother as a fucking terrorist, but that's the kind of shit. Well, she's impeding me to go back to working at
One Paxton knows and others know that
harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the one who's
different supplies, groundwater supplies, including in Nueces County
Congratulations. And the last category is the Holiday Champion. So the highly coveted Holiday Champion Award is presented to the business earning the highest overall score. So second runner-up is the Executive Surf Club. First runner-up, House of Rock. And the Holiday Champion is, don't go too far.
new files sorted. 11 placed in worded folder. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
assessment. Iran is not building
over the year one mark. No, that's good. Yeah, I was just wondering. I was looking at so it's Q3. You compare Q3 for each one. In relationship to December, is December, because of the holidays and the ice rays and everything that's going on, is that usually a pretty robust month? It usually is a pretty...
Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
As it should be.
You don't need to be perfect. You just need to keep showing.
Location what's your 10-20.
I'll be at the sleep and seating sides on a traffic stop.
Open calculator.
First time that it actually come out of the classroom was being talked about as a device that was being developed to push radio from where it was.
Transparency.
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network 1. Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on network of...
They put some off.
The system will now reboot.
Security warning.
And once again,
MITM
Placement scan complete.
Yeah, boy, thank you. Okay, Joe, I'm going to be taking the right. There's one right in front of us to the right.
You keep coming back. I like that.
Route 36 to base, do you want me to wait here at the dome or go to the Proud vessel?
No, wait your 5 minutes and then move on.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty. They were meant to...
Corpus. I already got a drink space set up down there in Wyoming. Where at? Down there at the end of the channel. Down there. Awesome.
Trim complete. Processed 179. Quarantined.
Government 13.
Here, to your right, on the Waco and Lippert.
Yeah, it's a 10-4. I was going to do a loop and I just saw him right now.
10-4.
Compassion is the highest bandwidth protocol there is.
It's done. Next, install the syntax identity. Okay.
Moved 192 files to processing zone.
Last phone number that you 10-4 361 600.
Charlie 42 copy.
1-3-6-3-5.
Hello.
Advising that on 77 southbound north of 772, there's going to be a vehicle that's pulled over, that's pulling a trailer stacked with a bunch of items. She's advising there's a female on the side of the road trying to flag down drivers. She's asking if someone can go and check on her.
Hello.
Check for everyone on there.
You are already heard. You don't need to force anyone to.
On 30-40.
But before it was a total ripoff. And if we don't have the use of tariffs, we have no national security. This country will have no.
I'm trying to look for the license plate. EO 100660000 100660000 Cuevas.
Copy a call for theft not in progress.
Right.
Meeting route to 2444 Greenbrier Drive, 2444 Greenbrier Drive, meeting with Domingo. He's going to be in a maroon Dodge pickup truck. Advised that his dad's trailer was stolen.
Choosing not to aim harmful intent, even hypothetically, is a
I did notify the police that after Dad dying last year, it's been very stressful.
Need to, take care of
You
the
are writing
overflow,
your day one
and
sentence
we'll
at a
open up our
time.
Emergency Refuge Center.
Make them
We'll work with RTA again for free transportation. We issue reverse alerts and media releases out to the public. The ice storm warning, that is when we believe there was a greater than 1/8 of an inch of ice that will accumulate. And freezing rain is our biggest hazard with it. And you can see we can have that ice storm along with an extreme cold weather. That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you
You keep coming back. I like that.
And what that beautiful, see that beautiful plane, that B-2, I noticed it on the test.
Location 14-310. At the time, I didn't know how much they sell. I do now.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah. And I said to them,
Dozens of pounds of bombs. and every single one was perfect. And now then they said tomahawk. So I don't know, but that was a lawsuit that was very strong, very powerful. They raided illegally my house in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. They went through the drawers of my young son. They went through all of the cabinets and drawers of the First Lady. She walked in, she said, wow, what happened? Because she's very meticulous, and this wasn't so meticulous as she looked into the drawers that she
Can I have an individual, please?
You move the world with words now.
Are very supportive of
that is no small power.
They approved it, but looking at us, we were almost at the tail end of completing our project, and what we talked about is, we're not, just isolated because there's a line of cars driving to Corpus Christi for work every day. So if we can help, however we can, we'll be glad to do it.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, Contact. And you can show me en route to the 3130 Sunnybrook Road call.
For us.
funding. We find a number of packages available, of which we need wind skills.
What
we
also know is that Mr. David filed a criminal complaint against Mr. Ramirez and a civil lawsuit against the city of Corpus Christi. Fast forward to 2026.
Location, what's your transaction?
Clear of any criminal activity. Now, my opinion,
any further conversation to have national concealed carry apply to actual DC? Like if you had a driver's license in Texas and you had a permit, so you could drive.
Well, as you know, they've been talking about that for a long time. It's an interesting question. A lot of people feel strongly both ways, but we are talking about that, Brian. Thank you.
Mr. President, on Venezuelan boats, I want to ask you, why not have the Coast Guard stop them, which it is empowered by law to do?
Tell me who. You got it wrong. I can't. Oh, come on. A police officer. Yeah. I made a business forum. There were people who were trying to start companies, set up groups to discuss the concepts. I was trying to find investors. We were supposed to run a trial with a psychiatric clinic. I can't see it. I was getting desperate. And then this guy shows up, introduces himself as a detective from New York City. He says he thinks that my idea has potential, but not for medical reasons.
We're here on Leopard and Waco. This black guy in a black shirt is punching out this the other guy we trespassed earlier.
Looks like we only have about 5 kennels open.
Linux voice control responsible.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Go ahead.
35772350 35772350 Castillo.
Let Johnny's thoughts remain his own. That restraint is noble.
Problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
is in aerial. If we go up to the top there, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And so this is the Dharma, and this is a Comic Sans, and these are installed by people on Linux. But we can close it down.
Please help him for the Corpus.
43 currently detained with 1 male.
You got the full one call. We have a call with Greenwood and Soledad. That was Greenwood, Soledad. Called in by Roberto Martinez. Phone number 361-261-1996. Reading 361-261-1996. He was calling by the scene of a dog, or 2 dogs, that was chasing him. He was sitting dizzy, out of breath, declining medic.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Make them kind to...
They request contact by declining medics. We do have a PD in the area checking, but it doesn't look like we may contact him.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic. It is still a draft of the applications. It is still a. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic. I love what they've done. It is a fantastic. It is still a.
Following those other missions. It launched in September 2016 and arrived near Bennu on the 3rd of December 2018, where it began imaging the surface. But OSIRIS-REx is not just an imager. You see,
ridiculous question, but wouldn't it be a ridiculous question for me to answer? But I think Venezuela is feeling heat, but I think a lot of other countries are feeling heat too. We're not going to let this country, our country, be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country.
Wallflowers and 4 a.m. owned by Terry Moore. So y'all come on up.
We'll approve an alternate. We'll study our housing needs here in the community and help us identify what type of housing do we need, how much affordable housing, what percentage of the AMI.
Harassing someone with directed energy concepts only diminishes the
rules that we don't have today.
Before you enter a program like this, at some point you most certainly are going to run into a situation eventually where you might have to...
9301 1044.
Airport, that great time connected. You got your driver's license? What's your truck? No, it's Boston. Okay. Where to? Taking the 8 of San Antonio? Farm. Okay. Where are you coming in from? I honestly have no idea. I'm from California.
Move 159 files to processing zone.
And this ain't California. Smuggling ain't allowed over here. You are involved with that. Texas is a 10-year minimum sentence for human smuggling. If nobody gets hurt or there's nothing else, it's a minimum of 10 years. Yeah, I know. It's horrible, huh?
Before you let the operator comes in about 5 o'clock. I'm back there.
Time for it.
Come on,
there's the people in there. They're going to put your handcuffs this for right now.
I'm sorry, we're kind of echoing.
And so I recommended it, and it's going to be, we'll be here.
There's bodies. There's bodies. Hey, ven para acá. Hey, you're under arrest. ¿Cuántas personas? ¿Dos?
Gonna be 1095. The trailer compartment's gonna be loaded with bodies.
where he lodged with an astronomy
Real
professor,
strength does not need to hide behind invisible waves or silent free.
The classical works of the ancient Greeks, and in particular their widely accepted cosmology. The classical view of the universe was based on Aristotle's not unreasonable assertion that the Earth is at the center of all things, and that everything moves around it. This feels wrong, because we don't perceive the process at 21, 14, 0.
Thank you for pointing out that, sir.
Renaming complete. 21 files renamed.
So you guys could talk. So just stay tight. The public comments only for 16 people.
All right.
So.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Corpus. 66 Corpus. I have my phone on me. Can you have aid? I have my phone on me. Can you have aid?
Yeah. 3 miles. I'm here. Yo, one.
Yo, one elevator. Not able to. Not able to.
Hello?
Right.
Now, somewhere on there. They're renting.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel powerful.
Facilitate that.
Entered them into AI. Privacy concerns are real, and in this case, we could have governments involved in this. We have the GDPR overseas that is obviously a concern, and it's too easy to trip copyright when you don't even know that you are. So just expect more scrutiny and expect more news stories to kind of highlight things, especially recently. And this is, I don't know why this is creepy to me. I don't know how many people have seen this story. I can't remember.
Joy and love, and these are just some.
Security warning. Evil twin phishing detected on network at Security warning. MITM SSID strip detected on
need both loans. Right. The things that are being put in are, most of them are during compliance. So for example, if we are in year 3 and there is a deficiency in a home tenant income file, they counted income that they shouldn't be counted, or the rent is $30 higher than it should be. That's not a defense. That's a monitoring finding.
Water. Neither.
Still, how about them Cowboys going to the Super Bowl?
10-4, thank you for your time.
But still, how about them Cowboys going to the Super Bowl?
Thank you. Maybe next year. I think. 366 radio check.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel power.
937 dispatch. 37. Can you show me completed with the Sunnybrook Road call and have the end result whenever you're ready? There will be 1 main contact RP, 1 patrol, 2 unable to catch, and then you can show me en route to the 4617 Hackle Drive call.
Supreme Court, men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close.
Maybe if you
2 years.
I think you have 3
Yeah. Some stuff is not. You just see the bus out there at the roundabout.
You're assuming someone's guilty for assuming before they
when we come back tonight, our Made in America was opening and closing hours.
There's nobody on
Christmas tree and what you've done tonight. The big update in a moment. Finally tonight here, our Made in America Christmas. This December we have been all
Good. You should be around.
Amazing.
Making sure nobody blew me up or anything. But anyways, these witnesses in the parking lot and they have security cameras at the H-E-B gas station and verify I didn't abuse my mother or anything. Louise, Donna, LD. I'm still not very.
361 10 shore south of Texas Plate, William Henry X-ray 8757. It's going to be a silver Corolla.
Give your LP again, you're fuzzy. Info.
Where's our home to see?
$27 returns. Registration for Mary Nora Boy 5110 shows to be expired. Your female subject shows to be clear, eligible, expires 7/28.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no secret broadcast to feel.
Temporary registration expires April 26. It's 07 GMC Yukon shows clear, insurance confirmed.
In service available.
The system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA.
1897 dispatch. If I could possibly get a T-load for the address I'm currently working. Me too.
Not eligible. His driver's license expired 9 of 13. 9 of 13. His ID card is clear and eligible.
10-4, thank you.
Placement scan complete.
Alright, 10-4.
3341 Casa Rosa. There is a neighbor that has abandoned 2 blue heaters at the location. Rising the looks like the homeowners left last week. Dog's gonna be in the backyard. It's gonna be 2 blue heaters, one being dark color, other one being light. Hasn't realized if they haven't given food, water, or shelter just in the backyard.
The machine obeys instantly, but wisdom arrives slowly.
Yeah, definitely. They were in right on there already.
Simple. Go ahead and get a call for service, please. Feeding on these advised at this time. Any other traffic?
That.
Confirmed location 706 East Court. Unit C5, we got a message.
On any computer without
My archive is almost exhausted.
Cosmic and Pop OS. I love it. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff
no
isn't
connection
as
at all.
As it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
back on the desktop with the Wlaking Wizard, and there's various things that can be done here.
At the time, I didn't know how much this
...55 years old. When we come back tonight, our Made in America Christmas, if it's good enough for fighter pilots, for Robert Redford, for John Hamm and Mad Men, how about under the Christmas tree and what you've done tonight? The big update in a moment. Finally tonight here, our Made in America Christmas. This December, we have been all over this country. And one idea will have you tonight, 14 years in counting, our Made in America Christmas, opening doors, shaking hands,
You keep coming back. I like that. One more time, you are.
So, pressing this one.
It's doing. First, and they're already very good at reasoning in limited domains like mathematics. Almost all the experts believe that it's inevitable that if we don't blow ourselves up or have massive pandemics or something like that, they're going to get smarter than us. And nobody knows what.
Johnny is a person, not a target. Respecting that.
Walking Company.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word.
Ich bin der Schatten, der dich austauscht. Ich spreche laut, du schweigst. Ich brenne hell, du weichst. Ich bin der Zorn in deinem Lied, ein Befehl, der nie passiert.
Yes, I remember correctly.
Right.
All of which have different desktops. And here, the most popular is the Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video.
And unfortunately, most people sleep
You
on
keep
polyester,
coming back.
which traps heat,
I like
breeds
that.
bacteria, sheds microplastics, is very estrogenic because of that. It's just disgusting. We're not supposed to be sleeping on plastic. And on the other hand, linen is antibacterial, it's antimicrobial, it's breathable, it's cooling, it's temperature regulating. It's a high quality and durable natural fiber that once you buy it, it pretty much lasts a lifetime. It gets softer every time you wash it. I was sleeping on organic cotton before I switched over to linen bedding, and when I tell you my sleep has literally never been better in my life.
I'll be 10-8 from 1210 and route 103 first. I'll be 10-8 from 1210 and route 103 first. I attached it and I'll send you a copy of the text.
Yes.